Hello.
Oh, this.
Hello. Hello.
Ah, we missed it by 1 point. Slowly but surely, I reckon as we get more and more of this, more of the audience getting back into the cadence of me, you know, doing the, doing the Uzis, doing the, you know, getting here early, playing the words on stream and what have you. Slowly but surely, we'll get into the cadence of like, hey, this is fun. Hi there, Goldie. Thank you, 10 Mooks, for being here first and for being my biggest fan. I greatly appreciate it. Cool emotes by there, Goldie. Goldie, no idea who Loopy Arts is. Are they a zebra or are they? Nah, they don't look to be a zebra. They look to be some sort of dog from their earlier emotes that they're showing off. Also, hi there, Witch Dragon. Welcome. So yeah, Wednesday. How's everyone's Wednesday doing? Zebra. Yeah. Look, sometimes that's what the energy is. Sometimes you get hit with something where you're just like, bruh. Ugh. So, because that's what it kind of was for me. Like, I didn't have to work today, which was really fortunate. The reason I didn't want to work today is because a part of me was just really, like, just sort of stressed with the mixture of, you know, getting back into the work of things, getting back into the streaming of things, but then also trying to find a new place to live. So it's still present in my mind. So for those of you that are coming into this stream and they're just sort of wondering, hey, why is Grant still talking about, like, you know, the difficulties of trying to find his own place to live and such like that? Because it's always a difficulty. I've got cookie for Night Sky. Here's your cookie, Night Sky. Oh, okay. Besides the cookie thing, has a hi, Night Sky. 2 squirrels jumping on a tree near your window. Tell him to calm down. Just open a door. Just open the window and throw some chocolates at them and be like, yeah, calm yourselves. So yeah, where was I in my train of thought before I got interrupted by a delicious cookie? Oh yeah, my like the whole looking for a place to live and such like that. So I am looking for a place to live in or around Brisbane because the place that I'm currently living in, they wanted me to spend like $650 a week to continue living here. That is way too expensive for the Zebra. I am not making bang out of this streaming thing. I'm gonna be real with you. I did get a Twitch payment like last week, which was really appreciated. So thank you for all of you who subscribed to me back in December and for this month. I really appreciate it. Actually, technically, also anyone that subscribed to me in November as well, because I didn't get a payment on December because I didn't meet the cutoff, but I did meet the cutoff because of all that funds from like the November, December coming in for like the payout in January. So I really appreciate that, everyone. But yeah, despite all that, I'm not making enough from Twitch where I have my full-time job and then I just go, hey, you know what would be cool? Well, like, still spending, heaps of money to live in places. So right now I've been like looking for smaller places to live right now. I'm not ready to go back into a housemate sort of situation. I do not have that many IRL friends that are also in need of a housemate or anything like that. And I am not about to go into the like, the housemate, flatmate pool of like complete unknowns and such like that. Because number one, I am not a typical sort of housemate, considering the fact that I am, streaming like 3 or 4 times a week, and also a furry. That's gonna be, hitting some people's, that's a little bit of an oddie. Should that be in your little application thing? But I don't feel like I should mention in my application that I am a furry or that I'm a streamer. It feels very, I'm not making bank from this where I'm gonna be able to leave my job of full time with like benefits and such and just start streaming like 8 hours a day like Dazzy does. So yeah, so I'm not your typical person, but I also don't want to deal with some absolute fucking crazy people in Australia who are also looking for a place to live. Although, to be frank with you, with the way that the house prices are going year on year, the whole, moving, like, having housemates and such like that might slowly be like a standard normality for Australians that are leaving their home and leaving university, is that they're just going to be forever renting. It would be really cool if I won the lottery. That thought gets into me way too many times. Just being like, Zeebs, your life could be so different. It would not much would change, but so much stress would go away if you won the lottery. Like, I would still have the full-time job. I would probably put a majority of it into my, like, savings or some sort of investment, like, portfolio thing, and I would just have it to do things like, oh, let me get a reasonable home. Hi, Grant. How am I doing today? Hi there, Aramasonic. Welcome to the stream. I'm doing fairly all right. I was just reminiscing about the idea of winning the lottery one day. Would be nice. But no, instead I will be, I've just been like house hunting or apartment hunting and what have you, because, I've got 3 week hand. Come on. I've got 3. Hopefully this works. 3. Come on. 3. There we go. I have got, I have got 3. Oops. Hand tracking, please. There we go. I've got about 3 weeks left in the lease that I currently have before I am, like, technically homeless. So that's going to be a little bit tricky. So I've been, like, going all around, like, Brisbane, like, outside of Brisbane, looking for a new place to live that is within my budget and what have you. I told myself that I would have looked at, whatever I could look at before Australia Day, and I wanted to start throwing in applications by Australia Day. So next Monday, I've already put, buys Grant a $2 million house in Brisbane tax-free. If you had $2 million and you were willing to give it to me, why aren't you subscribed? I very much would. Don't get me wrong. If you do give me $2 million, I will greatly appreciate it. But the question is like, if you're just sitting on $2 million, you could always just, like, do small supporting things here and there. You don't have to go, $2 million. Pretty small house given Australia's pricing these days. Oh, yeah, no. Australia is not a cheap place. let me give people a little bit of insight into, let's just go to domain.com.au, and let's say you want to buy a place in, say, Brisbane City, or, you know, Bowen Hills, what's south of Bowen Hills? Morningside. Or maybe you want to go a little bit up north. Like, let's say you want to live in North Lakes, which is, you know, some, you know, recent property development that's being, you know, going through the up and up for the last decade or so. Right now, Springfield Lakes as well has kind of been going in the up and up, or is it South Ripley? Hang on a second. South Ripley, here we go. So let's say, for example, you want to buy a home. Now, actually, you know what, and let's say you want at least 2 bedrooms. You want at least 2 bedrooms to go along with the thingamadiggy, and at least 1 bed, right? Like, hang on, let me just make this bigger so then that way you can see all this. All right, let's have a look and see what kind of options there are. So, apparently, out of the 1,254 2-bedroom properties that are in and around for sale in, you know, Brisbane City, Morningside, Bowen Hills, da-da-da-da, you have yourself... somewhere in Bowen Hills, 5-bedroom, 4 baths, 3 car parks, open for negotiation. Oh boy, they don't even give you a price. Next up, look at this home. This is a relatively lovely. This is the average, like, Queensland home now, instead of like the Queenslander, so to speak. You've got like, let's see, $899,000 minimum. They put the little plus there. That means they expect that much. Ah, this one's in North Lakes. 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom. Absolute nutties. Next. Oh, here's a feature one. North Lakes. $1 million. $1 million for this home. Honestly, this home looks weirdly familiar. Like, I think the design is very, very familiar to, like, the house that my dad lives in somewhere. But yeah, here's another one in North Lakes, like $900,000. Here's another one in North Lakes saying just listed. But I bet you Ryan Schul over here isn't looking for anything less than $800,000 with this kind of fella. Hi there, Izzy. It's your home. What do you mean it's my home? That's a new home! My past life has to be sometime before 1993. Also, hi there. You have dad? Is he also Zeeb? No. The dad is not a furry, okay? The dad is far from being a furry. But yeah, like, these are... Oh, look at this one! Like, what the fuck, North Lakes? $1 million plus, just listed, priced for the negotiation, expression of interest, Morningside, auction, South Ripley, $869,000. If your dad were furry, he'd just be a bigger, musclier, fatter, grayer you. You know, if my dad was a furry, I don't think he would be a zebra. Like, because the thing is that he's, like, British-Canadian as well. Like, he's, like, a Cub Scout and such like that. Like, you know, he was, like, a Cub Scout earlier on, but now he does, like, all kinds of other nonsense, so... But yeah, I didn't talk to him for, like, 8 years, so... But I don't think he would be a zebra. Look at this! Another $1 million in South Ripley. Another $1 million! Offers over $825 for a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom apartment in Quarry Street in the city. So yeah, there's a, like, you know, there is a lot of places. So yeah, now let's look at rent. Now let's get into some real budgetary nonsense stuff. All right, so let me just reset the filters right now. Ding, dong, bam, boom, domain.com. All right. So, let's say, for an example, that, you know, we need to find someplace in... Can I just type in Queensland? Alright, so... Brisbane region. So let's say in the Brisbane region, and my budget right now is $450 or less. Ideally, all kitties are friends. Wait, what did I miss in the chat? Hi there, Shoto. Welcome, welcome. Squirrel's back. Stay at window and looking at me in horror. Houses. Honces. Ooh, kitty. Oh shit. Danger, mama kitty. All kitties are friends. Izzy is a dangerous kitty, okay? Izzy can be a very dangerous kitty, but it's okay. Like, Izzy is always certain to, you know, be not a danger to everyone else in the chat, only to me, especially when I do wrong misinformation. All kitties are friends. Not all kitties are friends. There are actually, I need to show you a fursuit picture. Hang on a second. I need to find this picture, okay? About like over a year ago at this point, there was a hang on, let me see if I can find it. So it was around April, I want to say. Was it April or May? All right, so I went down. Where is it? There is. Here it is. All right. So copy as path, and then I need to show you an image. You tell me that. Whatsamahoozies are Hang on. Ding, dong, bam. You tell me that kitties are friends when meanwhile... Oh, hang on. You can't see it from there. Meanwhile, me, just a typical Zeebs. Granted, I was a little bit heavier during this time. Don't focus on the belly. Me, just minding my own business. Minding my own business on the couch. Surrounded by big cats. They look like they're gonna eat me. Hi there, Davy boy. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing all right. So, not really. Men just managed to hurt themselves in my presence. Men just managed to hurt themselves in my presence. That is a statement. Men just managed to hurt themselves in my presence. Oh. Not all friends are kitties. That is true. Not all friends are kitties. What a... Meanwhile. So yeah, hi there, Wild Saber. The anime Darwin is getting interesting now. Charlie is a beast. He easily defeated two... An anime that I'm not watching, and you're giving me a little bit of run by run. And it keeps happening. But yeah, hold on a sec. So yeah, let me go back into the domain. All right, so if we're looking in the Brisbane region, anything under $450, at least a bedroom, at least a bathroom. Let's do a little search. $300 for a room at Indrapilli where you're sharing the kitchen. That is the room, ladies and gentlemen. And I bet you it's already furnished. Oh, look! Another room in a communal house. A room in a communal house? That is in the valley, where that is a unit / flat. This feels like AI. Hang on a second. So... That's fucking AI! Those are not our... Like, okay, chat. Hang on a second. Ding, dong. Chat, I need to explain something, alright? So, right there. You see the plugs? You see the plugs? That is some weird fucking AI uplifting Photoshop bullshit there. So that's not what the walls look like. That is not what the walls look like. Oh, there's another piece of it that's like AI. Hold on a second. Dangerously emotive, like, oh my goodness. Like, There, like the phone cord on the fucking on the left there is doing some weird nonsense in before, or the light switch clipping. And then there it is again on like the remote. Like the floor, I think seems all right, but then let's see. All right, next image. This just, ugh. Oh, this is AI as well. Cause like that is just a poorly photoshopped, you know, bed added into the scene. This is the photo that made me think it was AI because of this tap here. Is there a way for me to open image a new tab? Here we go. So, because of it's because of this tap here that I was like, something suspicious about that tap. Why are you looking up rooms, by the way? Because, Davey boy, I am going to be homeless in 3 weeks, so I have got to find... That looks so useful as a sink. Oh yeah, like you can barely see... There probably isn't even a plug, and maybe it's like, you know, just out of frame for all we know. Like... Also, there's like, the plunger is looking extra weird. Let's look at the... Let's see, where's the... Yeah, there's no shower head on this side. But yeah, also, like, you know, just the weird thingamadiggy on the... Ugh. And it's for a place like this, which I've seen before. But yeah, so room, like, those are the options you have in like trying to find a place. This one is $450. This one is like a legitimate, like, this could be good, but it's like already furnished and what have you, which does not work for me. Let me just double check. Yep, fully furnished studio with a queen size bed. I already have a queen size bed. I already have a 55-inch TV instead of a 50-inch TV. I already have a fridge. I already have a lot of things that you cannot offer me that would be better. So, yeah. So this is basically what it's like, you know, you're pouring through... Ooh, what's up with this one? What's up with this one? Unit 5, only one person per property, spacious, air conditioning, private, sound insulated. 430 a week over in Bald Hills. Although I feel... Hang on a second. I think this is one of... Unit 5 of start... Bald Hills might be too far for me, but... I might save that. Hang on a second. Let me just go over to a different window right now and paste that in, because I have a sneaking... Wait, when did this become a bit... When did this get added? Oh, you can do an inspection at like 9:20. Knowing my luck, it's gonna be too far away to get to from work, or to get to and from work, if I am being oh so suspicious, considering it's like Bold Hills and what have you. Arrive by... So if I am trying to get to work before, like, you know, 8 o'clock. Arrive by 8 o'clock. Leaving by 6:30 to get there by 7:20. Okay, so it takes like an hour and 9 minutes to get from there, and I'm doing like a little bit of walking. So that's probably why I didn't put it in my little, like, you know, shorthand list, is because of the fact that, you know, it was over an hour to get to work. But yeah, so that's what I've been doing for like the last that's what I've been doing like for the last couple of weeks. Like technically I knew that I was moving out, that I wanted to move out since like, you know, since last year. But the thing is that I didn't really have, like, I kind of just idly looked for, like, you know, ever since July last year, but I didn't start saving properties until like November. But I didn't do any house inspections in November or December. I didn't start doing inspections until I came back from the cruise with family on January. So, you know, Yeah, I had like 5 weeks left to look for a place. And I've been hearing mixed signals about, you know, the fact that I've been looking for 5 weeks is that, oh, you have plenty of time because it's 5 weeks. But then on the other side, I have people saying that is not enough time. You are going to get desperate. So it's been a mixed bag, so to speak. So, yeah. Also,
Activision presents a smashing blast from the past.
a smashing blast from the past.
Developed by Vicarious Visions.
No idea who Vicarious Visions is. Oh my god, he's fucking...
Crash Bandicoot.
Is that what he looked like back when that was, like, first a thing? Maybe going on a cruise a month before moving out is probably not a great idea. Yeah. 5 weeks is just about doable, but I wouldn't make it a habit. Yeah. Nah, like, Izzy, you're right. I'll be frank. Because, yeah, there was... Licensing. What? A full version of the license. Well, it's not like I can ignore
Crash
this.
Bandicoot.
CRT Nitro. Alright, let's go for the first one. But yeah, so, you know, it didn't help that the cruise... if the cruise went off, like, between, like, Christmas and New Year's, I don't think it would be too bad. But because it went off after Christmas and, like, over New Year's, like, ugh.
He will lead my Cortex
Yeah, like...
commandos to world domination. This time, I shall reign triumphant.
I know that... So I've played Crash Twinsanity, so I know that's Cortex on the right.
We are closer than ever before. Quickly, into the vortex.
Dr. Cortex, the vortex is not ready. We have no idea what it could do.
Well, nothing's happening to it.
Failure again.
The...
Capture him.
Uh-oh.
Prepare the feed.
Ooh, who's that? The dudes are creepy. Never trust a cruise. Yeah. You tell me this now. Yep. Oh, okay, so that's how it works. Wait, inventory just shows up. I was so confused when they said inventory on the left there. Oh, I'm not doing too well. Oh, okay, so I can't do anything with the metal one. And there's no double jump. Okay. Oh, and I can spin the fruits away. Ooh, hello. Alright, let's see what happens when I do this. Hell yeah. Ah! I fucked up. No, spin doctor achievement. so getting to 100 gives us... Is there anything special on the right side instead? Oh, shit. Ah! On the last step, no less. Oh. Kinda wanna get the boxes. Ow. Alright, so it's better to go on the right side, because I can get the what's-my-loozies. Ah! Okay, fuck it. We're not gonna chase after the fucking boxes. And once again, I fucked up on that one. I don't know why. I remember, like, before even playing this game, I was like, yeah, this is gonna be like, this is gonna be like, what the? There we go. There we go. I thought this was gonna be a little bit like Spyro. It is nothing like Spyro. Alright. 2, 1. There we go. $39 of $49. Okay, so we were missing 10. Oh, exhausting. Oh, that's not great! Getting hit on the head with the missing boxes? Jesus! Whoever told you it'd be like Spyro was planning to hurt you. Maybe. Alright, next mission. Here we go. I told you before you launch, always sanitize before things are like placed. Don't blame yourself too hard. The OG Chris is ridiculously difficult. Yeah, alright. Okay. Don't jump. Oh, did they just... Yep, they just... Oh, never mind. They, What the... What's with the... Alright, do not trust the skunks. Oh, Jesus. Here we go, here we go, here we go. I'm getting this! Oh, cool, I was able to just pass right through that. Okay, I don't know if I can... Okay. I planned for that because, you know, I had the mask that, you know, gives me a free life. Oop. Damn it! Ooh, hello. Alright, what does this do? What does this do? 3 masks gives you invincibility for a short time. Nice. Babe! Oh, damn it! Alright, well, we got the 5 extra boxes, and we got ourselves some more Wampa fruits. Oh, come on! Okay, cool. So I can't... I thought because of it with, like, the sharp teeth, I couldn't spin at it. $40 out of 43. That's not bad. Three boxes short is not as bad. There we go. Wake me up when it's February. You're out of tea. I'm gonna go lie down for a week. Best of luck to you, Izzy. Hopefully you have an okay time. I will be... Hopefully by February, I will learn of, like, the places that I will be living and what have you, and it won't be, you know, as bad. I won't be as stressed. Because, oh, Jesus. Like, I'm trying my best to go, you know... Oh, hang on. Oh, Jesus. Here we go. There we go. Okay, so I can hold it down before the jump, and I'll be good. Also, directionals feel more, like, appropriate than, Oh, okay, so do not get caught between a rock and a hard place. There we go. Okay, here we go. There we are. Checkpoint. Oh, okay. Oh, the green slides me. Oh, Jesus. No! Oh, come on. I was trying to jump on the box. The sheer desperation Crash gets as he's slowly being murdered by boxes is very funny. I wonder what it would look like if it was like every box was mixed. Oh, I missed the... Damn it. Hi there, Sir Dragon. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully you're doing all right. Damn it! Alright, I have an opportunity to get the what's-makuzi again this time. Here. I am just sheer focus right now. That was just my fault. Heat wave sad? Oh yeah, no, it's a little bit hot here in Australia as well. I hope you're doing well. I'm making this in Meows too. Yeah. I forget. Go. Ah, damn it. Okay, so I can't hit him when he's rolling like that. Alrighty, let's see how we do. Hi there, Joey. Oh, that was a close one. Hey, at least I get myself 2 saves from that. Or, you know, 2 lives from that, so. Excellent. Ah! How far back? Okay, cool. I'm not going that far back. Excellent. 8 chests. Oh, Jesus. Whew. 7, 8. Alright. The animation gets funnier the more boxes you don't crush, by the way. The yeah. Ooh. Alright. Boulders! Alright, let's see how boulders does. Uh-oh. Okay, alright. Keep running, keep running. Jump. Jump. Oh! Oh, Jesus. Okay. Whoop. Come on. Come on. Oh. The stick will help. Keep going. Oh my god, my thumb is getting... Oh. Do not fuck up. Oh! Yes! Oh, and I got a perfect as well! I got myself a... Wait, did he literally just eat the gem? Ta-da! Good for you, Crash. You didn't die. That was like a perfect run on my first try as well. That was really good. Upstream, let's go. That level will kill the yeah, because I was just pressing down the whole time. Oh, hello.
What have we got?
Alrighty, so ding. Alright, I think I'm getting the cadence. Alright, so it goes over there. Oh, Jesus. Almost fucked up on that one. Oh, those guys will do it on timing. Alright. What? The fuck is a Banuka, Wolfshe? Oh, thank goodness. We get a number of extra lives with that. All right, so now I'm just waiting for this leaf to come over here. There we go. Oh. Only missing 3. That's not bad. I love the little mural behind him with a like Papu Papu. Ooh, okay. I'm just gonna... Oh, autosaves are enabled. Nice. Okay, well, I'm gonna save anyway, so... Alrighty. Here we go. Let's see. How do we do? How do we do? Ow! Ow! The smashing hit, you say? Oh, okay, so I gotta jump on him then. There we go. His butt is like half hanging out as well. Okay, it's easy to understand. Nice. I thought there was gonna be like way more to him, but nah, it's fine. It's fine. I thought he was gonna get like more complex. Also, what the? Ooh. Coco's time machine? Nice. Oh, so if you wanted to, you could swap heroes. Oh, but Crash is the only one that can go into the thing. Ah, okay, okay. Oh, and then I've accidentally... Easy enough to deal with. I made a mistake. Only Catachris get the ref as it's a joke, he says, calling Crash Bandicoot. Oh! Never heard of the person before, so... Alright, so if we do Rolling Stones with Coco, what's it gonna be like? Okay, so she does the same thing. Nice. There we go.
What have we got?
Wait, didn't I already go through this? Maybe not this one in particular. Oh. Ah, and she throws her laptop at the same time as well.
What have we got?
Oh, interesting. There was like a hidden thingy-majiggy there. go. Ooh, no holds barred. Another achievement. Ooh, okay, nice. So. Ah! Alright, so there's our... And then another checkpoint there. Ah, damn it, I shouldn't have. Alrighty. Understandable, he's not popular much anymore, only uploading like twice a year. Ah, okay. And I'm guessing that means we can't go through the bonus anymore. Oh, no, it does. Okay, cool. I thought it meant we couldn't, but... Go. Lost a life, gained a life. Oh, 3 hidden ones in order to get him. Okay. Whew. 87? Shit. That's a lot. That's a lot of boxes. No, Coco! Oh, Coco. In the original, one chance in the instant, you can try many times you like, but the color jam's same both. Okay. Okay. Alright, Hog Wild. Let's see how this one goes. I'm having fun. Okay, so I gotta aim this thing. Checkpoint. Ow! He was in the way because I wanted to get the box. Oh boy. Okay, that was tense then. So far so good. So far. Oh. There we go. Yes. Perfect. It just took me a few tries. Ba-da-da. Love it. I love Crash. This is fun. I'm enjoying this. All right, native forest. Here we go. Oh. Man, the directionals are a little finicky. You gotta be... Oh. Oh. What does that look like the next time I do that? That's kind of funny. Ah! Here we go. Yeah. Oh, once again, I forgot to do the... Oh wait, I need the... Here we go, here we go. Here we go. Ow! This game, like, it gets me. It just... Oh, okay, so maybe I need to bounce on the fire? And also not touch the turtle. Alright, let's wait for the thing. Let's... Okay. Oh, come on. Oh, I was worried I was gonna fuck up on that one. Oh, hello. All right, bonus. Let's go. There we go, got all 5. Phew. Alright, so overall, I'm still making a net positive on the lives and what have you. Alright, cool. Timed that correctly. Got a checkpoint. And once again, I forgot about the... God damn it! He pushed me onto the fire, and then I fell. And I didn't spin close enough. All those lives coming to waste. That one's gonna be the tricky one to do. Oh, I thought I could jump over it, but from earlier, but I couldn't. And I fucked up on that one. Oh, thank you. Alright, let's try not fuck up a poo this much. Oh, okay. Damn it. Damn it! You would have been good then. And I jumped too soon. A lot of finicky nonsense. Although, to be fair, this was like the first, like, you know, 3D platformer that was getting it right. So there was like a lot more problematic ones. Oh, thank goodness. Oh! I screwed up because I hesitated. And I screwed up by just running off. I'm running out of lives. Ah! Gosh, this level's now getting to me. No! Alright, cool. 2 lives remaining. No! Damn it, that was a waste. Oh, thank goodness, that was a close one. Oh, thank Christ. No! Oh, god damn it. Oh, that wasn't a... Damn it. No! What the... I was spinning! That was a fuck up on my side. Oh, thank goodness for checkpoint. No!
Game over.
I had like a dozen lives and they all went away at that moment. Die, rinse and repeat. Yeah. Oh, and once again. Salutations, Grant. I just finished making brushes just to come see you. Hi there, Vince Lupo. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully you're gonna make a delicious breakfast. I had already been done with dinner because, you know, Aussie side and what have you. Ooh, okay, I'll remember for this one. There we go. There we go. Was making eggs with salad. Nice, nice. So it's like evening time for me right now. I have like dinner like fairly early, like 4:30, 5 in the evening kind of time. That's my sort of like dinner time because, you know, dietary shakes are really easy to do and what have you. Go. So, but I'll be real with you. The stresses of like trying to find a place to live, like a new place to live that isn't too expensive in like 3 weeks, it's a little stressful. So there was a temptation to be like, fuck it, I want to feel good. I want McDonald's. But I was strong. Ow. Damn it. There we go. This, I am fucking up. There we go. So yeah, because, you know, stresses and what have you. Damn it. I thought I could... Yep, there's monkey. Are. Damn it. I can imagine the stress. You have a housing inspection in a couple of hours and you have to make sure my apartment is clean for Section 8 inspector to pass you. Ooh, okay, okay. Yeah. So yeah. No, I had people already going through like this place and such like that. like last year and such, and they did have like one more person like look through it back at the beginning of January, and it seems they've been able to grab someone to lease this place. So now it's just on me trying to find a place before February 11th. I've put my application in to like 4 different places right now. 2 of them I am, darn you. 2 of them I'm not really like, you know, jazzed about. So I'm deciding to, because like this was to the advice of my sister, where if there were places like, and it was like getting close and you weren't too sure about and such, just go for like a 6-month lease or something like that. So then that way, like, you know, you get into the place, and then before you do any like major, you know, unpacking and such, just keep looking. So like, you know, unpack the, you know, the barest essentials that you need and what have you, and then during that 6 months, just keep looking for a place and then just break lease. Because, you know, like Australia, like the housing situation is... Oh, maggot. Nope. Blow it. Standing above the thing before it blows up doesn't help. So, like, Australia has, like, a lot of, like, you know, a lot of people looking for homes and such like that. I think the, like, vacancy rate is, like, really, really low now. Apparently, less than 5% is ideal, but we're less than 2%, which is not ideal. Section 8 is basically a program to pay a good majority of my apartment rent since the economy is... Wait, what? Make sure it is clean for Section 8 inspector to pass... Wait, so Section 8 is a program to pay a good majority of your apartment rent since the economy... Wait. So there's a house inspect... So there's someone inspecting your, like, property and what have you. Hang on, I'm just gonna hit no right now. So they inspect it, and then like if it's like clean or you've demonstrated that you are like, you know, an exemplary tenant and such, they reduce the cost of the rental. Is that how it works? There might be like a huge time delay, so. Actually, hang on. Let me just double check my... Alright, so... Application submission has been received for... Okay, cool. So, that's being received. Mom's giving me some what's-mahoozy stuff from the States. Recipient of the application. That one... We have received your application, is now with the property manager. If at any time you know, please call or email. Connected to cool, awesome. Aldi specials, not interested. But yeah. No, it's more like instead of me paying the full 850 USD, they pay a portion of it and I only have to pay the remainder. It's basically goes to my land. Oh, okay, so... Alright, okay. Wait, is that 850 a week? Oh wait, no, USD. The United States goes by a, yeah, a month. Okay. Australia goes by weekly. Apparently, we are so, like, you know, how do I explain? Because, like, methodology in Australia is that no one wants apartments, everyone wants homes, and there is no, like, you know, there is no agreement with, like, a mortgage company or anything like that to get a loan that's going to be, like, you know, with a fixed mortgage for, like, longer than a year. So, like, the first year, the mortgage is, like, fixed or something like that, and then afterwards, they go immediately variable. There's no, like any of the any government programs are not to lock the interest rates on your mortgage. It's just to be like, oh, we'll be a bit of a guarantor. So then that way, rather than needing to, you know, save up 20% deposit and such, you can save as little as like 5%, and we'll be a guarantor for the rest, which, you know, you just need to pay off, you know, in time once you finish like paying off the loan. But if you earn too much money, then we'll need you to, you know, pay the rest immediately, and the loan is like all kinds of nonsense. So yeah, so despite all these different incentives to be a homeowner and such, all rentals are like weekly basis. They're not monthly basis, even though you can't get a property for like on weekly installments. You only get them in 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, 24 months. Like, there's none of this like, oh, you can get 20 weeks worth of rent, or 20 weeks loan, or sorry, 20 weeks agreement or anything like that. What's funny is I've been in the same apartment since 2012, and back then it was $350 a month. Oh. Hang on, that did not go through the right source. What did that source go through? I think that's going to the wrong audio thingamadoogies. I need to fix that. Do I have... Okay, hang on a second. I'm gonna close this. Close that. Go back up to here. Go to the start. Start streamer bot. Start speaker bot. So start those two things. God, I wish for $350 a month. I would be fine with 350 Australian a week for, like, you know, either a decent sized 1-bedroom that isn't just a unit / studio, or a 2-bedroom. I'm currently paying $510 a week in this current place, and they wanted to up my rent by $650. Fun fact, it's not really a fun fact, but fun fact, there is nothing in Australia preventing people to increase the rent by whatever amount outside of an agreement. The only stipulations that Queensland government has upon like rentals and such is that you cannot increase the rent more than once every 12 months, even if someone breaks lease or something like that. The only other times you can circumnavigate that is if you put it in their lease agreement of, hey, you know, we want to increase the rent by this much at this point in time, but more often than not, there used to be a cap on how much rent was increased between leases? Damn. I don't even know what moving would be like since I've been in the same spot for so long. You have been in the same spot longer than I have ever been in any place. Like, even during an age when I was like living with my parents and such, our family did not stay in the same place for longer than, like, I would say 4 years. We moved a lot. So, like, this place that I'm in right now, coming up to 4 years, is, like, equal in length of time to, like, the longest place I've lived anywhere. So... There was legislation on how much a landlord could charge based on the areas. Oh! That would have been good. Although, to be fair, like, the amount, like, an area is now is a little bit insane. So, yeah, because, like, in the last 5 years, properties have doubled in price without changing a fucking thing. We're just that low on supply right now. And, like, the question of, like, oh, why is it so low is, like, multifaceted. The cost of materials has gone up. We do not make a lot of our own stuff. We haven't invented new ways of making houses for cheaper, for better quality. We have not had any, like, you know, like, huge amounts of, like, old property now suddenly available. It's, like, yeah. And any sort of, like, you know, property that does become available is usually grabbed, like, rapidly. is usually grabbed rapidly and is just turned into like an investment for people to rent into. Because, you know, why would you bother, you know, selling it off later on after trying to do any kind of fixer-upper? It doubles in price in 5 years without doing any changes. It's, you know, kind of nutty. Ah, this place again. Ah! You wouldn't believe me if I told you that here in the United States, specifically Texas, there are 3D printed concrete houses. Oh no, I've heard of those. I've heard of this, like, you know, newfangled technology where they will 3D print into using like concrete and such like that, the like the bones of the house, so to speak. Like, that just sounds wicked to me. Because right now, like, the issue that, like, we have is that labor, like, it's just, there is not a lot of incentive to build, like, you know, low-income, high-density homes and what have you, or apartments. Damn it. The problem with concrete houses is you can't renovate, like, you can't knock down walls to make... Yeah, no. So I imagine that's, like, for... Here we go again. What the? Oh, come on, bounce on that. Checkpoint. Okay, that... Okay, cool, I still had invulnerability then. Oh, this is the part. This is the part where it gets tricky. No! Oh, cool. You give me a... Because I collected enough fruits then. Oh, okay. Alright. Oh, thank Christ. Go. And then bam. Oh my god, so many missing. Whew. 1, 2, 3. I'm sorry, Crash. I was trying so hard. I was trying my best. I get that they're trying to make it more durable so it can't be knocked down during hurricanes and all that. Yeah. But no, like, the big, like, it's just really... oh, ad break ends. There's an ad break. Shit. Whoopsies. Now we're going up the creek. Go. Bold! Hi there, Kahlua. Welcome, welcome. I've already, like, you know, failed levels like twice now. I was failing at the level just before this, up the creek. Wait, what did I just press? I was failing this. I was failing native forest. Now it looks like it puts me on an entirely new island. Back from the ads. Welcome back, Vince Lupo. So sorry that there was advertisement. I kind of need it, so then that way there's like always like a little bit of extra money from, you know, doing Twitch nonsense and such. Because I have started becoming one of those kinds of furries where I am not suspiciously wealthy. I am efficiently poor. Do me proud. This is your favorite heckin' game. Is it your favorite heckin' game? I'm not doing too well. How are things on your side? Have you got back into streaming yet? There we go. Ah! Don't steal my shirt! You could have given me a cool shirt. Instead, you steal my fucking shirt. Oh, Sir Dragon that stole my shirt. I thought it was Kahlua. Ooh! There we go. Jump. Jump. There we go. This one's easy enough to follow. Like... There we go. Too close for comfort. And... jump on you. Alright, so you're... Ah, I can't punch you while you're rolling. Oh! You'll float too!
Mr. Lupo paid me to say we interrupt this stream with breaking news from BBC London. Local zebra named Grant has been seen stealing all the salad from the local grocery store. If you see this zebra, please report him to the local zoo.
I don't see him. Also, salad? That's not my thing. My thing is burgers, burritos, and chips. Those are my two things. I'm one of those like new age zebras where cilantro tastes like soap, and I love the taste of meat. Honestly, that has been a problem with trying to lose weight and what have you. 8%. Okay. When you zoom, I couldn't see what I caught. You caught something. Alright, where the...
Did you see it?
Missed it. I guess I'm too smart. Oh, you just got a fun little yo-yo. Alright, so that's the closest he gets. There we go. I just didn't want to get hit by the...
Give me that leg, boy.
No leg for you, Kahlua. Here we go, here we go. Yeah, I still got that, I still got that sound file. You were like Kahlua, you were one of the first streamers, like, that I knew of doing the, oh, god damn it. You were one of the first streamers I ever, like, knew. So, like, it was great, like, getting, like, a little thing of, like, hey, can I have you, like, you know, just say something funny? And, because the idea was, I was gonna have, like, a whole ton of, I was gonna have, like, a whole ton of different, like, you know, other streamers' voice lines in here. But, other than you and Blue, I haven't really gotten, like, a whole lot of people. I keep forgetting. Also, like, I don't get a lot of, like, Australian streamers anymore. They've all abandoned me, except for Code and Blue. Alrighty, let's try and save the dame this time. I forgot about it. You gave me one recording, and I have been using that to the fullest of my abilities. There we go. Did not die. So yeah. Actually, you know what I need to do? I need to go to Code to get some voice lines from him. Oh, only 2 boxes. Darn shame. I guess I'll take 8%. That leaves me with 92% smartness. It could be 92% of anything else. Also, Kahlua, once I get my shirt back, I need to show you the cool... Ooh, Ripperoo. I need to show you a cool thing. When do I get my shirt back? Here we go. I got my shirt. Cool. Awesome. I have a lovely new redeem called, like, you know, you pick a shirt. Because I have gone and you know, figured out in Vignon how to be able to swap the material textures on my shirt. So rather than doing like these complex... No! Damn it! No! Give me back my shirt, Sir Dragon! I was gonna show something cool, and you stole it from me! I'm naked! The noise is still coming in through the speakers instead of through the headset, which is really annoying. Alright. When I get my shirt back, Kahlua, you're gonna need to tell me so then I can continue the rest of, like, my discovery in Mignon and the material textures and what have you. Oh my god, he's in a straitjacket! Alright, so... Alright, so... Let's not drown. Like, what's his... Damn it, once again. Alright, so I need to do this like 3 times then. If I don't drown, the gears are turning. I know how the pattern is right now. Actually, I should wait until he's... Oh, that was lucky. That was lucky. I didn't know where he was going to be patterning on the second and third things. Hell yeah! Nice. Yeah, I did it! The first boss was, like, quite simple and such. This one was a lot weirder because of the, has it been an hour yet? Let me have a look at the clock. So, right now, it's 7:33. According to the Steam thingy-majiggy, it's been an hour and 43 minutes. How long ago did you join the stream at first, Izzy? Was it, like, in the first 10 minutes, or was it, like, a lot later on? Well done, zebra leg. Well done, snack. That's what Kahlua should have said. Well done, snack. Into the Lost City we go. Smart. Well, some days I can be. Ooh. How in the fuck do I get there? Alright. Hey, look at that. There we go. Alright, so this one's a little easier to do. Get ourselves some more, what's-a-mahoozies, which is... Oh, Jesus! I don't know how I survived that one. Oop. Ah, okay, so I need the... You are death's too large to be a snack. Hey, I got my shirt back. All right, cool. All right, so one of the things that Vignon has introduced is they've been able to introduce a material node. So you're able to do like changes such as like the color, the vector, but more interestingly, a material layer. So as you're watching, like, you know, me do the cool stuff, I'm normally wearing, you know, this himbo shirt. It's very default. It's very himbo. However, I have other shirts, like All Titty is Good Titty, the Final Fantasy Green, a Space Marine, himbo thanks to Booster Pang, D20s that are natural. I have so many shirts that you would not believe, and I am tempted to just start making more. I definitely feel like I'm gonna probably make a t-shirt that's gonna be Crash Bandicoot related. Like, it might either be the Wampa fruit on the front of it, or maybe it's just gonna be, you know, Crash's derpy little face going, on it or something like that. Or maybe the crate, like maybe the Nitro or something, 2 big Wampa fruits. That'd be kind of funny. That'd be kind of funny. I can base it off of like the D20s are natural thingy-madiggy to signify your big ass titties. There we go. All right, jump. Okay, so that thing is not stable. Okay, so I need to like not deal with the. Hang on. Grab these. Oh, that was a mistake. I needed that. I needed that. Let's try that again. I needed that jump thingy-madiggy. I should not have broken it. Also, the major question is, how would I get over that wall after... There. Also, there's no more, same. There we go. Alright, so...
Hello.
There we go. Hello, YY. Welcome, welcome. There we go. And boom. Oh, Jesus. Fuck. You can jump towards the foreground. Ah, okay. Okay. Making mistakes again. Should be able to... Alright, here we go. Probably gonna lose a life trying to get to that particular life, but... There we go. Damn it! They did... Alright. Well... I know I can get it, so but I guess, you know, there's no point now because it's no longer there. Oh. Go. Boom. I really wish channel redeems gave you an option to, like, you know, give people, like, a drop-down of options and what have you. So then that way, rather than having, like, one channel redeem, like, per, like, major word or something like that, it was instead, like, one channel redeem, and then they gave you, like, all these, like, different sub-options that were, you know, defined by the... That'd be defined by the streamer. That would be good. Why I'm... Oh, you put in quotation marks is the problem. Okay. Maybe that's... Okay, hang on. That's raised a good concern. Ooh, I didn't think about... Oh, boy. I need to do a regular... Would you do a shirt random... Well, that's the shirt randomizer. So, you do pick a shirt, and if you go random... Let me just refund you that, Hang on a sec. Let me refund you the points and what have you. Now, does it let you do it again is the question. Where is it? Pick a shirt. No, it's on cooldown. Okay. So yeah, hang on. So C#, regex. So I need to be able to do like a regex of, like, you know, putting in a thing where it's just sort of like, you know, so I need to find a way to be able to strip, because if, like, because I had, like, this thing where it's like, oh yeah, like, you know, you can do all these other like, I have like a list of words and what have you, like, that I've got, like, in a text file in order to do the whole, like, you know, these phrases are the ones that will do these kinds of shirts, these phrases are the ones that will do that kind of shirt. So and then I went and in C# did a thing where it's just like, oh, all of these, like, different you know, random shirt, like, picker thingamadoogies, these will, like, I've done it so in case of, like, shorthanding. So I have, like, a Final Fantasy 14 shirt, or FF Green. But if you type in FF14 or FFXVI or FF Space, or, you know, Final Fantasy XVI, any one of those are fine. So shirt picker. So in the Switch case, like, Actually, hang on a sec. I can probably check. Oh, I can't. Damn it! It's opened up in the DP visual that I can't see. Your brain derped. It's okay. It's okay. Like, I didn't think to do a thingy-majiggy. All right, so so if I go to the not the event feed, I need to go to action history. So when you did, okay, so there's raw input, which gives the quotation marks. Raw input with the escape, and then all right, so so yeah, it did the quotation marks there. And because of because I have it as a string and such, I don't want to like do a thing where it's like, oh, let me do all the checks again for when it's a string, like, because that would be a lot of waste of time. I would need to figure out how to do like a regular expression thing where it's like, based off of quotation marks and such. So like, and I would need to like strip the so start of the string. So if I do, so start of the string is this, and then is that. No, not the. All right, so start of the string is either that or this, and then end of. Sorry, I'm just looking at All right, so end of the string. And then plus $/ slash. Oop. But then it's not going to find any, like. All right, now I'm gonna have to do some like research. I reckon there's like a really common method that people do where it's like, oh, if you wanted to like if people could or couldn't put quotation marks into this thing, then you just here we go. Yay, checkpoint.
Did you see it?
Sometimes I'm a smart Zeebs. Oh, god damn you! I almost got that life thing. There was a Crash Bandicoot on the Xbox that was like Crash Bandicoot: The Wrath of Cortex or something like that, and you had like someone named Crunch, so you had to get like these elemental crystals which gave you like additional. Oh no, the elementals were helping out Crunch or something like that, and so you had to best him, and because of those elemental crystals, you then got special abilities such as like, crouch and body slam. And I think the last one was like rocket, like a bazooka or something. All right, here we go. Good thing he doesn't take fall damage unless it's like, off the ends of the map kind of fall damage. Oh, interesting. Oh, hello. Nice. Oh, nice. Okay, so now we get Crunchy Dude. Okay. So. Oh. Oh, thank goodness they didn't have me like be like, oh nope, that's a failure. Fall. They were just like, nah, that's just you being dumb. Thank you for being himbo proof there. Damn it. So yeah. I try and make my redeems and like coding nonsense like, you know, a little bit like himbo proof in that regard, where it's like, oh yeah, like, you know, misspells or what have you. So I should have realized that someone might have done like quotation marks, and I just gotta figure out like, ooh boy. Oh! Fuck! That's gonna be tough. Alright, here we go. Nah, alright. Let's not. That's gonna cost me a lot of lives trying to do that. Let's not. Let's not do that. 'Tis a silly. Oh, Jesus, what the fuck? Gee. Ooh. Ass. I thought it went up a little more after I had my moment. No, you don't. It doesn't change in the stream. It's once a stream kind of redeem, I'm sorry to say. Oh, you dick. Oh. Alright, what's the pattern? Oh, damn it. I guess that was a once in an opportunity kind of thing. Hmm. There we go. Oh, you... Thank you. Actually, you know what? Let's go into here, so then that way we can try and let's see if we can get any health. Damn it. Oh, you... What the fuck? Oh my goodness, I've missed so many. Oh no, Crash. No, Crash. Oh no. He's already dead. Enjoying yourself, big man? It's fun. It's fun. I'm honestly having fun. So there was some difficulties, don't get me wrong. Also, I recently learned that one of my shirt randomizer redeem, if you put quotation marks, it doesn't know how to interpret like the text within the quotation marks, so it just goes back to default. So at some point, I need to figure out how to strip any quotation marks out from the start and the finish. But I don't know how to do that right now, and already like... Okay. Oh, the fire was still burning. Damn it. This one's an easy enough pattern to learn. Hey there, Blue. Welcome, welcome. I thought you were streaming. Weren't you Ah, okay, okay. I am just going through some Crash Bandicoot. No, absolutely not. I've even failed a level twice. Like I was able to like lose enough lives that I failed the level, and then like that happened twice. Yeah, it starts giving me like, you know, Aku masks. So. Yep. Thank you for the Halloween shirt, Sir Dragon. Thank you for demonstrating how the pick-a shirt works. Have you figured out, like, all the different naming conventions yet? Or, like, you know, remembered some of the cool names? There is no gay shirt. What the fuck are you on about? There's always something. I do want to make a Crash Bandicoot shirt though. That's on my to-do list now. Stream can't hear Icy? What? Hang on. Say some things, Blue? Nah, okay, hang on. Damn it. Alright, I'm gonna stop and start Discord again, because like I was
Go suck a lemon.
You go suck a lemon. Alright, put out a Discord and then back in we go. So, because I changed like audio sources like partway through when booting up like my program and what have you. So, alright. Reconnect. Alright. Say some stuff.
Alright, are we back?
Alright, yeah, I can see you, like, the comms, like, popping off and what have you when you said some stuff, so... Yeah, it's just, you know, OBS being funny when... Because, like, I booted up OBS, but I booted up OBS when it was using, like, my speakers. So... Alright, now I just need to refresh this thing. Grant technical support. Or doing Grant technical support. Yeah, I gotta do it for my own PC. So yeah, because I had the PC going through speakers when I booted up all the different streaming programs, and then I realized, oh, that doesn't work. I need to change that. So yeah, so here we are. Actually, you know what? That's probably why Vignon, like I think Vignon, like the source of Vignon is the one that's because if I do, okay, no, it's going through StreamerBot. Never mind. So yeah, all right. Xing Dong. All right, I think we're done with technical support. Back to the game we go. The Pumpkin. That's actually a clever name.
Can't believe this.
Yeah, you just gotta be your own technical support sometimes. Oh, and that's another failure. Yep, let's try this level. We have to start all the way back at the beginning.
I'm just looking. Well, you lost.
Yeah. I started sharing in the Discord as well if you wanted like a more live, if you wanted a more live update of what I'm at right now.
I'm just currently looking at my list of games I need to play, and man, I think I should be okay with how things are.
That's good.
Plus, I kind of need to later when I get paid. I should go to, what is it, a clove alteration service?
A what?
A place to get some clothes mended.
Ah, okay, okay. Oop, there we go.
Yeah, some simple mending. I'm hoping that it doesn't cost me a lot.
Mending is a very expensive book in Minecraft. I'm an idiot. Don't mind me.
I get the reference.
Go. Oh!
The current issue, though, is just that I'm hoping it doesn't cost a lot because the repairs are just very simple. It's just I can't exactly do it.
Ah, okay, okay.
Like,
Where's my brain at? I went back on my, like, dieting and what have you, so, like, I'm not in need of shirt alterations. I'm in need of, like, new attire at some point, but at the same time, it's like, I don't want to start buying shirts and such for, like, because I made the mistake in the previous, like, last year when I got down to, like, 90 kilos. I made the mistake of buying shirts that were, like, medium and such, so, like, you know, ideal when I wasn't, you know, when I was, like, more, like, if I was more, like, 80 instead of 90. But now that I've gone back up in weight and got, like, above 100 kilos, like, went above 100 kilos after the cruise, it's like, you know, definitely I'm not fitting into the mediums. So I'm back to, like, you know, for a period of time I was on, like, my 2XLs for comfort, but now I'm back to, like, you know, wearing XLs a little bit. Not XLs, I don't have any XLs. I'm back to wearing, just normal larges.
Yeah, I wear large.
Yeah, well, you're more of an Asian large. I'm an American large.
No, I'm wearing US large.
You're wearing US large?
Yes.
You're tiny.
That Asian large is like medium, US medium. I'm not even. Yeah, Asian sizes are tiny ass. I can't wear medium.
Oh, thank Christ for checkpoint, but now it's having me going in the opposite direction. Alright, here we go. How's it going, Code, by the by? I forgot to say hi earlier. Oh. Please tell me that was a checkpoint then. No.
Hey, imagine you trying to play this on the original. It's way harder.
Good thing I'm not one of them sadists that's like, oh, I want to play this game of nostalgia on original hardware. Imagine the fucking crazy man that would go and play original hardware video games and not any of the quality of lives that we are looking forward to in our post-2020 lives.
Here's the thing though, at least in the original, you can exploit certain levels, especially the bridge ones.
I have no idea what bridge you're talking about.
They patched it out in this version.
Damn it. It goes okay. That's good. Oh, Jesus.
Grant's just jealous he doesn't have the skills of us golden age gamers.
Oh, yes. Because I was one of those weird kids where I went for the Xbox over the PlayStation or the Nintendo as a console choice when I was younger.
Hey, listen, I've been on Xbox Live. I've done my level and amounts of Call of Duty.
I was right there! Oh, god damn it.
Freaking Golden Age is when you realize that some of the older games, well, majority of older games are actually better than games nowadays.
See, I think you're going through with, like, you know, tinted glasses on this one.
No, this is not tinted glasses.
Because, like, there's still good games coming out. I just think we're...
This is actually coming from games that took way longer in development.
They did... Okay, games did not take longer to develop back in the day. Games take longer to develop now.
Now, you should see, like, some of the games back then, some of the most popular ones, took way longer than games nowadays. It was mostly a passion project of the people working on them.
Okay, that I will agree with. It's like, you know, earlier generations were very much a passion project here and there. All right.
Oh, they approved my time off.
Nice.
That's right, I got my sick leave approved.
How?
Oh, if you're asking why I wanted my sick leave approved, it was because I have a dentist appointment to go to, and it's at a time that is not good for me.
2:30.
No, 9:35. That would be me at work, and I'm like, you know, screw this. I'm not going to work.
There we go.
So this level on the original was cheesed in one of the easiest ways, which is hilarious. You just pretty much stand on the rope of the bridge and just walk.
Like that.
But they changed it in this one where you actually slide off to one side.
Okay.
Yeah, so you gotta actually fix your position
Yeah.
each time. They knew people were doing this to make, because the bridge levels were extremely hard to do deathless. Oh yeah, I gotta remember, I get a long weekend.
Oh yeah, so do I. Well, I work the Saturday shift, unfortunately this time around, but either or. Oh, come on, I jumped on top of you. Alright, at least I got... Can I not, like, bounce? Do I have to, like, instead just spin on you?
Crash Bandicoot logic is if you touch them, you're dead.
Yeah, but sometimes you...
No, you gotta, this is the logic of, you need to attack while you're touching them. Like, Crash, even though he is an experiment by Cortex, he is vulnerable to everything. Like, you can, like, hit him with water and he dies.
Oh, thank you for the... That was not helpful.
Okay, you're starting to reach a certain point.
There we go.
Is this your first bridge level?
Yep! Oh, shit! What was that?
Game over.
Ah. Thank you, Faded Foxo, for the Rainbow Rush, but it didn't help me. Unfortunately, the Rainbow Rush isn't in the Crash Bandicoot universe.
Yeah.
Somehow,
Yeah,
I've been able to perfect that.
These bridge levels are the bane of the kid's existence of back in the day.
Yeah. Izzy tells me this game was like proper hard. I thought this was gonna be like Spyro.
Oh no, this is legit really hard. Like, even if I played this as an adult, I would say this is still hard even for me.
Okay. Maybe you should play this.
I
Your
do have
original
it, technically.
hardware.
It would mean that I would actually be cheesing certain levels, especially this one. Like, I would actually just use the cheese strat for this. Which is just standing on the rope and walk straight. I'm not asking you to do that strat because they nerfed it in this.
Crash is basically the hell of collectathon games. Oh yeah.
No, I have to disagree. I have to disagree with that statement.
Oh.
The reason why I disagree with that statement is, have you played Donkey Kong 64?
Oh, that is devious.
Did he just went and smack that thing away?
Nah, later on there was like a gap. It at the end of the bridge, it doesn't look like a gap, but turns out there is a gap. It's real painful.
Yes, I prefer, but might just be me. I consider Crash hell for was it 100% completion? It is hell.
Yeah.
My issue with Crash overall is like, if you want to 100% this game, both 1 and 2 and like the future ones, you gotta put yourself through hell. Especially with time trials, death lists. Like all boxes, easy compared to everything else.
I need to remember that the bridge I'm trying to get to is gonna have a gap. Oop, there we go.
Like, legit, just take your time with this.
Oh, thank Christ. Oh, pfft. Instantly wasted.
Game over.
Also, Code
Well-
was talking about games like the NES and the Super Nintendo and apparently the Genesis. Apparently that's Golden Age.
Golden Age is like, okay, NES was really good, but I would say it's a little bit further, like SNES, Genesis, and no, N64 and PS1 were too far forward.
No, I think that was when it got popular.
It's so SNES was pretty much a lot of the reason why, well, the NES brought people back into video games per se, but the SNES was really the real thing.
I reckon because, like, I think the SNES and the Genesis, like, there was, like, you know, people kind of being like, oh, like, you know, this is different or something like that, and we still had, like, hesitations and what have you. But I think due to the PlayStation 1, the Nintendo 64, that did kick off the Golden Age, I feel, in my opinion, because at that point you then had Microsoft, that was normally a personal computing company, also deciding to, like, you know, step in when you know, Genesis didn't join in and what have you, and then, like, post, oh Jesus, yo.
I would, but the thing is, for the N64 and the PS1 and all that other stuff, that was when we were introduced to a lot of innovative things. I wouldn't exactly call it the Golden Age,
Well,
because the SNES was the main reason why we got was it good platformers, like introduction to really good platformers. Genesis gave us Mortal Kombat at home, because you know how everyone was with Mortal Kombat in the arcades. You got Street Fighter was very innovative. Like fighting games were popping off. SNES also introduced us to, well, access to JRPGs in a sense, like our first introduction to a proper RPG. And I believe we got things like Earthbound, like freaking Mother 2, as it's known in Japan.
Okay. I feel like there's a
You're right
bonus.
there?
I feel like there's a bonus. If I can...
No, there's nothing up there.
Okay.
No, like that thing is pretty much there to kill you if you're not careful.
Yay! Got lives.
Alright, I am going to take my leave. Hopefully you have fun
I
with
should have used the turtle.
yeah, I hope you have fun with this.
Hopefully so. I've got another like 2 hours of this.
I gotta go to bed. And hopefully all of you take care with watching Zeebs. He needs the support here.
Please keep me company. Give me conversation. Otherwise, I'm going to keep dying. Especially if you talk amongst yourselves. Bye, Blue. Get a shout out for Blue, please. Tough stuff. Oh, I did not hear any cactar either. What the shit? Did you guys hear the cactar noises? Nope. Oh, I need to fix that then. I need to fix that then, because, yeah, if Vignon's not doing the thing, then... That means, like, nearly every program that was, like, trying to do something has been, like, a failure. Good thing there's an advertisement running. Bop. Bop. Bop, 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 bop. Bop, bop, bop. Alright, and then someone had... We were on the Halo shirt, I believe. So that's... Where are you? Where are you? Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. There we go. Where are you? That gap, goddamn.
Game over.
Darn.
What have we got?
Riveting. Like, I now understand now why people do not like bridges in video games.
What have we got?
Oh, come on, I spun.
What have we got?
I guess this is why they gave us a lot of checkpoints on this one. Once again, that particular bridge. Oh.
Game over. What have we got?
I understand that, like, the mask that I have is Aku Aku, and that guy there, because of, like, another Crash Bandicoot game that I played, his name is Uka Uka. But why is he in the first game? Like, they didn't really give me a understanding as to, like, I don't remember a cutscene featuring him at the start. Oh, come on. There we go. Tim. Go. Overjumped. Oh, come on. I was on the tippy toes of that one.
What have we got?
Hi, Punk Roxy. Some of these are bullshit, yeah. Blue tells me that there was a time where... There we go. Blue was telling me there was a time where people like learned to just walk on the ropes, but they patched that particular. Oh, I have probably failed at this level like several times over now. I was having a pretty okay time, you know, getting like my skills checked like in the earlier levels and such, but right now at Road to Nowhere, I have been having an absolute like just real testament moment. lovely. They give me, right at the get-go, 2 of them. There we go. Damn it. Okay, here we go. I think this is where Punk saw me last. Oh, that was a close one. Don't know how much that's gonna help me because you don't rescue me from fall damage. This level made you stop playing. I owe it to you, and I owe it to anyone else that has stopped playing Crash Bandicoot because of this game. Because of this bridge, I also need to have, I also need to get through this bridge then. Oh, come on, I was jumping there. Got to play with Tiger Cubs at the mall. Oh, that was kind of cool, Wild Saber. That's really awesome. I didn't know you could get Tiger Cubs at the mall. Oh, once again, I overjumped that. There we go. Oh, that was a close one. I overcorrected. And that's failure. They were cute though. I wanted to play with the bear cubs more, but we had to play with the tigers. Okay. Not to worry, not to worry. Yeah, this bridge, Jesus. I wonder if, like, I guess the reason why it just seems extra difficult is because even when you have, like, you know, the Aku mask, he does nothing for the actual, like, critical challenge, which in this one is not dealing with enemies or, like, you know, traps. It's dealing with falls, which, you know, Aku can't save you from that. Even, like, his, like, you know, strongest form doesn't save you from... It only saves you from the pigs here, but the pigs, like, are hardly the worst thing here. There we go. Yeah, no, using the thumbstick does not help. Oh, and once again, he puts me right in front of the pigs. Oh, that was a tricky one, because I could have easily have just bummed that up for falling on one of the... There we go. There we go. My hands are sweating from this. Ah! Yeah, you're not gonna help me in this one, Aku. No! Whatever do you... Don't look down. Great advice, Wild Saber. I'll... Unfortunately, I have to look down in order to see, like, you know, where there are, you know, full platforms, temporary platforms, and broken ones. And aim... Bitch. Oh, thank goodness. Alright, this should hopefully get us, like, some hearts back. Alright, there we go. Getting us 2. Okay. Alright. I need to remember, jump on the turtle when he's at the end of the... That's not jumping! Idiot! This is the part where I've been struggling. There we go. Oh, Jesus. Yes! Oh, I did it! Ta-da! Fuck you, boxes! I don't care! I don't care! Oh. Yes! Woo. Game crashes and he loses progress. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, shit. I didn't save. I loaded. Oh my, thank goodness. All right, hang on. So, save. Are you sure you're about to override an existing? Yes. Oh my god. Oh, shit. Oh, that was... I almost did myself dirty. I almost did myself dirty then. That was... Oh my god. Wild. Alright, let's see. How's Boulder Dash? Oh, it's another one of these. This one I didn't do too bad in. Nope, that wasn't what I wanted to do. Oh boy. Okay. Damn it! God, my thumb is sweating on the... Like, I'm going with the thumbstick rather than directional this time. Because, like, it's a little bit... like, easier on me, like, using that for this section here for, like, small jukings. Ah, there we go. Phew! There we go, there we go. Sunset Vista. Next up. Wait, what was that? Hang on. Oh, damn it. Wait, I've already gone through... They're doing... This is the same, like, sort of design as the other one. Am I repeating? No, I'm not. I don't think so. No, damn it, don't get drowned. Oh, and all of that was before we even get to a, That was all before we even got to a checkpoint, annoyingly enough. Oh, no, and... Oh, I'm getting... I am making mistakes. Alright. Oh, okay. 1, 2, 3. Yay, a checkpoint! Oh, they think I'm gonna do a lot of failures here. Like there. I totally forgot there was, trappings there. Ah! You're playing Crash for the first time? I'm playing Crash... So I played Crash to Insanity and a little bit of Crash the Wrath of Cortex, but never Crash Bandicoot, like, you know, the OGs from the PlayStation. Because, you know, I didn't grow up with a PlayStation. So yeah, this is my first time. Oh, you did me dirty again, you fucking iguana! Oh. Gracious. I'm gonna miss being able to, like, stream and like, scream as well. Because, like, the places that I've been looking at and such like that do not look, you know... The places that I've been looking at and the places I've been applying for, not a lot of them seem like as if they're going to, like, you know, help mitigate noise or what have you. So I might, like, this was something I actually have, like, a genuine worry about, which is that I wanted to get back into, you know, streaming for the new year and what have you. I wanted to get back into streaming for the new year, but there's probably, like, because of, like, the stresses of, like, looking for a new place to live and such like that, and not a lot of good options when I've been, like, looking around with only, like... Because I only, started seriously looking with, like, 5 weeks remaining on my lease and such like that, when really I probably should have done it back in November and try to make it so then that way I could have gotten a place back in, like... Because the thing is like, I paid my last, like, rent this week, like, on the 20th. Like, quite frankly, I should have been like, yeah, try and find a place to move into as soon as, you know, I got back from the cruise or something like that. And, like, I've gotten, like, a mix of people being like, you know, it's, like, the amount of time I have left is still doable. And then there are others that are like, you've made it, like, really difficult for yourself with, like, you know, the time that I have left. And it's like, yeah. And a part of me, like, regrets the whole... There we go. A part of me regrets going on the cruise if it meant, like, you know... No! I was gonna bonk you if you just played the OG version remake or not for the first time in your whole life. Yeah. So I played Crash to Insanity and Crash Vortex a little bit. Didn't finish either one of them. So yeah, but not, like, the places that I've been looking at, and there is, like, just a worry that, like, the places that I will get accepted into will not be the places that I would like to be in. Because, like, there's a 2-bedroom, then there's, like, another one that's, like, you know, a 1-bedroom with slightly bigger, which, you know, would be a tight space for the, in the living room. And then, but there's so many that are, like, you know, you barely have room in the bedroom, or they're fully furnished, and then there's some where it's like, you know, there is no sense of air conditioning. Like, there's no ceiling fans either in some of these places, which is like, I'm gonna be real, kind of wild for, like, you know, Australian homes not to have any form of, like, you know, climate control. Like, even just a fan, like, in the ceiling would be a... would be nice, and there's just so many of them that don't do that, and it's like, who are you hoping to attract, like, in this day and age, when, you know, you got more and more people, you know, who might be, like, working from home, for instance, like... Yeah. Maybe I need to win the lottery. Maybe that's the trick, is I just need to win the lottery, and then that way I can just pick my own home. None of this, you know, chasing, like, terrible leases and what have you, and... Oh, you did me dirty then. Oh, I'm all the way back here. No! While I'm all for trying your luck at Lotto at times, please don't.
Game over.
Oh, he's way brighter now. Like, before, he was, like, in the dark and such. Now he's, like, bright. He must be getting close. He must be getting close. Oh, almost got it. I won't be, like, throwing my savings into the lottery. Don't be, like, I'm not gonna be doing that. One of the things I was doing when I, like, last year or the year before when I was, like, on my intensive shake diet is, I just had, like, you know, way more spare money because, you know, turns out when you're not eating, you know, a lot of food, you just have a lot of money that would have gone into a food budget now just sitting in your bank accounts and such like that. So one of the things I did as, like, just sort of a treat yourself was, like, I would easily, like, this wasn't my food budget, don't get me wrong, but back in the day I used to spend like 20 bucks or more on lunch. Like, I could easily spend like $40 to $50 on a meal. So I decided, like, you know, as, like, if I was, like, really hankering for a burger during the intensive shake diet and such like that, and then I would just simply, you know, get myself a singular lottery ticket. It's a little silly. Yeah, it was like, you know. Ah, fuck. Thank you for the Metal Gear Solid shirt, Jack. Glad to see that you're, like, utilizing the keyword nonsense and what have you. I appreciate it. And then... oh, these don't have the... I was hoping those would be... they would have, like, the level up stuff there. There we go. Watch the pattern. Damn it! I wasn't watching the pattern. You feel like you need some snake cake powder for this light? You need something. Ooh boy, here we go, here we go.
Night Sky Gem paid me to say time for bed. Good night, y'all. Also, Mr. Z, you left your lights on your car. It's getting towed and a dinosaur just stepped on your car. GG you woo.
I don't have a car, or Night Sky. I hope you have a wonderful sleep though, all the same, Night Sky. Thank you for coming along for as long as you could. I appreciate it. Yeah. That's the other thing as well, is like if I had a car. A lot of ifs, ands, and buts. Oh, Jesus. No! Ah, oh, fuck.
Game over.
Someone grab a bat, it's time to swing on Uka Uka. Not just yet. Why do you bounce me back? Here we go. Nice, was able to get 2 birds with 1 stone. Here we go. Ah, damn it! I thought there was gonna be a secret up there, so I jumped and I did like a panic jump as. I need to stop. I need to have a. My hands are sweaty. I need a. Let me just get out into the level thingamadiggy for a quick minute. My hands are sweaty as all can be. Also, why can't I? There's a little thing up there, but I can't get to it. Yeah, it won't let me get to the... Alright, hang on. Sorry, I just need to not use the controller for a little bit. My hands are sweaty. I am trying oh so hard. Doesn't help that work. Why is my fan off? That's... Oh my goodness. Hang on. Alrighty. Also, the back of... I went for a haircut recently, so... Went for a haircut, so, like, my hair is, like, a little itchy on my neck. Alright. Ugh. Sorry, just have to... You can't even see me, like, rubbing my head or anything like that, just to... Or rubbing the neck and head just to try and, you know, get the thing into the beat. Like, ugh, there we go. But yeah, oh my, so this is difficult. This really is difficult. There are times where it's tough. I hate the feel of the microfiber cloth, but normally I use this for like wiping any like spills or condensations off my what's-a-mahoozy, off my drinking bottle and such like that. But you know what? I'm gonna use this to try and like, you know, get the feeling of like sweat off of the joysticks and the buttons and what have you. And that way, you know, when I go into this level thing next, I'm not, you know, becoming a sweat lord, so to speak. But yeah, oh my gosh. How many other people have gone through the Crash Bandicoot games? Whether or not you've finished them or not is entirely irrelevant, because I know earlier on Omega was saying they've given up on like the Bridge to Nowhere level, so I've already gone further than them. You've gone past the level I've reached in this game. I'm very much excited to see the levels past my own downfall. Nice, okay. Yes. This one's for you. How many others have sort of like started playing this and then they, you know, as time went on, they had to be like, nah, I gotta call it quits. How many? Press 1 if you've called it quits on a Crash Bandicoot game in the past. Type 2 if you think it's a skill issue. I got to 2 back from where you are now. Okay, so you got to the Bridge of Nowhere. Excuse me. Alright. Got another... I'm gonna try and put like another decent hour into this game. I made the mistake here. Alright, here we go. Bam. Oh, I don't have any more health. That's not great. Oh, I didn't realize there was 2 of you there. No! Oh well, got pretty far. Here we go. And yep. Go. Oh, okay, this is... okay, so there's platforms that will... Oh. Okay, well... Screw you, flames. Trying not to, like, die to flame or anything like that. Go. Oh, damn it! I was so close that time as well. That was a lot further than last time. Oh, come on. This guy. That fucking lizard. I honestly despise the fact that they, like, for whatever reason, can just bounce me back. There is no property of an iguana that should be able to just, you know, bounce back a bandicoot. There we go, this will be good. Oh! Did it again. Got excited. I was like, you know what, let's get the, I was like, you know, I went above the momentum. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Oh, thank goodness. There. Oh. Now we're cooking. Oh, yeah, I remember this one. Alright, let's have a look. Oh, okay, okay. There we go, there we go, there we go, and... Oof. Ugh. This is the trickiest one. And I jumped too soon. Oh, you bats! This time that one again. My hands are getting too sweaty for this. And it's getting trickier to like do this with my hands sweating as they are. Crash, you so silly. Thank goodness you're fun. Oh boy, that was a... There we go. Oh boy! Yes! Oh. Checkpoint. No, you... Ugh. Oh, you tricked me. There was no way I was gonna get on top of that. Oh boy. Okay, okay. Thank you for the live. So... Oh boy, close one. No! Oh, that was a waste of a... I got greedy. Here we go, here we go, here we go. All right, here we go. Let's see if we can get some parts. Oh, so it would have... Damn it. I wasn't too sure if the like the two fur wouldn't have done it, but I guess it would have, so. Alright, there we go. 2 health. Oof. Well, at least it gets me back all the way back up there, so. Let's try not lose health on this one. Oof. Dun, 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 dun. Damn it. Is this it? Fuck you. Oh, thank Christ. Phew. Dead. Dead after 30 boxes. Ugh. Koala Kong. Alrighty. Let's do this. Oh, damn, he beef. Alright, so what's the trick? What's the trick? Not that. He's just so silly with his pants. Okay, what's the... What? Okay, I'm lost. What? I've gone from 5 hearts to none. Oh, okay, so it is just that. Damn it. Alright, now I know what I'm doing. Okay, so I could just...
Game over.
Nah, let's do that again. I know what I know what I need to do. It's all about timing. I don't even have to move, really. Just pick a corner and spin. Like that. Three, two, one. Damn it. Okay, so I do need to watch out for the mine carts, otherwise they won't hit him. So that's one. That's two. Ah! I didn't spin in time. And then the big rock. Damn it. Yeah, maybe avoiding is just the easier method. Ah! Should have spun. Oh, come on! I was just waiting for the cart to get out of the way. That's not fair. There we go. Oh, this is not good. Why is there TNT dropping all the time now? That's not fair! I barely was oh my... Alright, so that's one. Two. Three. There we go.
Game over.
Weird, Wild Saber. Fucking weird. Alright, last one. Come on. Yes! Oh, is there a phase 2? Nope. Okay. Yeah! Koala was built like me, getting hit by the legs. Woo! Alright, next island. Go. How many islands are there? Oh, okay, so the cold ones I'm good with. It's the hot ones I gotta worry about. Oh, what? I can't... Okay. Teachable moment, I suppose. There's just no safe spot. So I thought I could, like, you know, spin while doing the jump on him and it would be good, but I guess not. Ooh, that was soon. Alright. Let's see. Not an auspicious start. Ah! Didn't time that. Ah, checkpoint was so close too. I don't trust the yellow. Whew. Ah! You were going too slow. Oh, it went double? I thought I fixed that. Ah, damn it. Yeah! That one was a lot more successful than last time. A lot of boxes missed. So sorry. Damn, 61 boxes. That's a lot, actually. Cortex power! Oh my gosh. Just running through this factory. Oh, this is a different kind of intro as well. Icy friends. Die. Also, this is not me forcing the, ooh boy. Damn it! I did a jump spin at the same time, which wasn't ideal. At least I got plenty of health. Damn it. Oh, okay, the heat's still hot. Hot is still hot. I just had to remember to hold A when I did that jump. There we go. And got a health back for that. Okay, I just saw the lights flicker. That's not good. That was not what I was expecting. Hey, look, it's Cortex! Damn it, didn't jump far enough. And I lost my Aku mask. Alright, let's see how this one goes. Woo! That was good. Short and sweet, just the way we like it. Up. Hey, this was the place I saw before. Ah, good thing I got a checkpoint. Alright, that's a trap. Not doing that one again. Okay, so I can stand on that platform. Woo! Pinstrepoli! Oh, only 4 short. I think I know what happened to that. Your busty bae just got stolen. Go get her back. I'm trying right now, aren't I? Alright, one more. It was the TNT boxes, yeah. Oh, so then that way I could time it if I want. But it's easy enough to just jump over the barrels, because thankfully they're not making the barrels bounce when he initially throws them or anything like that, so... This one's, like, relatively... Oh. Now they decide to bounce. Now he decides to make them bounce. Of course you do. Oh, damn it. Here we go. That Aku Aku mask was very helpful, and I wasted it. Oh, thank goodness. I know I missed the TNT, but, you know, it's not like I'm a 100% box run kind of streamer. I have never been a, you know, completionist streamer. I have never been a completionist sort of streamer, so it ain't about to start fucking happening now. I hardly have. I didn't jump far enough. Alright, here we go. Do I lose any lives when I do this? Because it didn't show me... Yeah. I don't think it did. Damn it. Damn it. I thought it was gonna... Damn it! Oh, thank goodness. Two off. Obviously because of the TNT earlier. I'm fine with that. Alright. I said that was going to be our last one, and I meant it. L2. There we go. Alright, square is save. I need to remember square is save, otherwise we're going to have problems. Alright. That is gonna be it for me tonight. We've gone pretty far. 44. We've gone 44% of the way there, and it looks like we got 1, 2, 3, 4. We got a few more to go before, like, before I think we're at the. Excuse me. Before I think we're at the end. Square is save button for Crash. Yep. I realized that. But yeah, that is going to be it for me tonight. I very much want to say, hey, thanks for, you know, sticking around for as long as you did, and for listening to me do my, you know, talk about a little bit of the whole, like, you know, looking for a place to live, financial nonsense. I hope to have, like, more cheerful topics at some point in the future. I really do hope to have some of you come in and with cheerful topics. I know Wild Saber comes in with some real saving for posterity who gets saved in the VOD. I know that Wild Saber always comes in with like the wildest sentence and such like that. And it's like sometimes they're real fucking off base and what have you, but you know, maybe sometimes if other people start joining in on conversation and communicating with either Wild Saber or among themselves, it would be really great. I very much hope to see something like that in the future. Who knows what my schedule is going to be like next week, but Friday night, I'm going to be streaming some more Crash Bandicoot, and Sunday morning, I'm going to be streaming more Bandicoot. So long as there isn't like suddenly like a rental inspection for me that I have the opportunity to look at on the Friday or the Sunday, I don't think so. Oh my god, hi Grant, it's been eons. How's you in Soup Speed? Hi there, Sage. Welcome. I'm just about finishing up stream tonight, but I will be back online Friday night for more Crash Bandicoot, actually. So we got that going. Currently looking for a new place to live. It's a bit of a struggle, but, you know, we do our best. I'll figure it out. Don't you worry. But yeah, that is gonna be it for me tonight. I have work the next day. I'm gonna be, like, you know, being an anxious fucking Zeebs as I listen for what my application process is for all the different, like, real estate agents and such like that. My sister thinks it would be okay for me to, like, you know, send either an email or a blah 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 blah, like a phone call just to be like, hey, just, you know, wanted to check in, see how the rental application is going. Is there, you know, anything? Is there any updates and yada yada? So something along those lines. But yeah, hope stream went well, and hey, that must be exciting. You got this. It's stressful, is what it is. It can be a bit stressful looking for a place to live. I got like 3 more weeks and what have you, but you know, here's hoping. That would be appropriate. Yeah. So let's see who is online and who they recommend re-raid. Let's see. Alright, there's a lot of interesting peeps, like, don't get a much later time. You know what? Let's go raid into Mixie. She looks to be getting back into more and more streaming on her main channel, which is really cool. And it looks like she might be playing some Hightail. So we're gonna go with a short and sweet himbo raid. 8. So, no, just, you know, all caps himbo raid. If you are not subscribed, that is okay. You're welcome to use whatever other kinds of emotes that you want. I won't judge. I hope you'll join in with me on the raid message at the very least. Otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream as I go through Crash Bandicoot for the first time. I greatly appreciate it. I hope you all have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are. I will hopefully be all good for playing more Crash Bandicoot Friday night. And if I don't see you Friday night, hopefully I'll see you all next time. Bye for now.